earned them another $20,000, which brings their 2-day total to $40,000. It also puts them in the lead for Master of Pwn with 4 total points. So what are your plans for the rest of the day now? Because you're done for the contest, right?
So the rest of the day will be chilling and watching the other participants taking their attempts, and basically watching the results, how many points other people will get, and having fun.
So we'll see how it goes for the rest of the day. What do you think of the trophy?
It's nice, it's very nice. But actually, can you show it more in the camera? I didn't see it properly.
Sure. Look at that.
Oh,
yeah, beautiful.
I think
beautiful.
it'd be more beautiful
It's
with
pretty
our
cool.
team name engraved there.
Next up, Team Bugscale targeted the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100 NAS server.
Good job.
That was super quick. While they were able to successfully exploit the NAS, the bugs they used had previously been reported during the contest. Hi everyone, welcome to day 2 of Pwn2Own Tokyo, coming to you live from Toronto. My name is Dustin Childs. I am with the Zero Day Initiative, sitting in our Mid-South headquarters, my house, as I'm remote, as most of us are these days. But we've got a great day of Pwn2Own action for you. Today we have 7 more attempts across various products. We're going to get started at 10 a.m. Eastern with Team Flashpack. Today they're going to try and attack the WAN interface on the TP-Link AC1750. That's how we kick off. We'll see how that goes. This time, they used a 3-bug chain to get arbitrary code execution on the TP-Link AC1750.
Uh-oh. Awesome.
I think they did it. That's a good-looking shell right there. That looks like a successful demonstration. Their effort earned them another $20,000. Hi everyone, and welcome to day 3 of Pwn2Own Tokyo, live from Toronto. I am Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative, and we are at our final day of the contest. So far, we've had 2 great days of pwnage. In total, we've awarded $99,000 for 17 bugs. We've had 2 great days, but we're shaping up to have a great final day as well. Right now, Team Flashback is in the lead for Master of Pwn. They are looking for the trophy there, but DEVCORE has a chance to tie them with the first attempt of our 3rd day, which has them targeting the Western Digital MyCloud Pro NAS series. Follow that, we have Team Bugscale targeting the LAN interface at the NETGEAR. We've got Pwn2Own newcomer Gaurav targeting the Western Digital MyCloud. Team Viettel is going to finally target the Sony. We haven't seen the Sony TV in the program yet, but that gets its turn today. And we're going to cap off the competition with STARLabs targeting the Synology DiskStation. Now, yesterday, at the end of yesterday, we saw the Synology DiskStation fall on the 2nd attempt. So that was quite a dramatic thing. We'll see if there's that much drama with STARLabs going today too, or if it's going to be something simple, or if it's going to be a failure. Anyway, so hopefully you're seeing this. If not, you can follow us online. We'll be on Twitter. We're streaming on Vimeo and Twitch and YouTube. My kids are so proud that I'm a Twitch streamer now. But we've got a great day of excitement. We also have some interviews coming up today. We've got an interview with Corey Ford coming up at 10:30 Eastern, and he's going to talk about how Trend Micro takes what we do here and immediately turns it into protections. So that's kind of interesting. A lot of people don't know what goes on behind the scenes of Pwn2Own, and that's one of the things that we can talk about. But we've got a great day of fun and excitement. Don't let day 3 bugs kill you. A lot of stuff happening today. It's going to be a lot of fun. Until then, our first attempt is at 10 Eastern, and again, that's DEVCORE targeting the Western Digital. I'll see you then.
The Zero Day Initiative is the world's largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program. Created to encourage the reporting of zero-day vulnerabilities privately to vendors by rewarding security researchers, ZDI is a unique program. It incorporates the global community of independent researchers, augmenting our own internal research organization with additional zero-day vulnerability research and exploit intelligence. ZDI is also a top supplier of bug reports to Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT. Bug reports submitted to the program are first verified by our own Trend Micro researchers. We don't publish any technical details concerning the vulnerability. However, once we confirm it, Trend Micro research creates protection, enabling our customers to mitigate attempts at its abuse. The bug report is also shared with the affected vendor, who has 120 days to produce a security patch to correct the issue. Once the vendor's patch is released, we publish our own advisory with additional details. Our disclosure policy ensures bugs will not be swept under the rug by the vendor. On top of that, as more and more bugs are reported, bonuses and top-up awards increase through a loyalty program similar to frequent flyer miles. Researchers are publicly credited for their work, both by the vendor and by ZDI, unless they choose to remain anonymous. The bounty program and research conducted by ZDI ultimately leads to more secure products, improved customer security, and takes potential weapons out of the hands of would-be attackers. Our annual Pwn2Own hacking competition has resulted in defense in-depth improvements such as stronger sandboxes, reduced attack surfaces, and vulnerability-specific mitigations in popular web browsers. Without ZDI, many vulnerabilities would continue to remain hidden or be sold on the black market to be used for nefarious purposes. The Zero-Day Initiative is a key component in Trend Micro's world-leading insight into vulnerability and exploit intelligence. Trend Micro customers receive protection ahead of a vendor patch to aid in their defense until a fix is available. On average, over 2 months before the vendor issues a patch. That's if the vendor issues a patch at all. ZDI combines its mature bug bounty processes with modern thinking to deliver cutting-edge research and value to the researcher and practitioner communities alike. The work done by the Zero-Day Initiative makes the digital world safer for everyone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo, live from Toronto. I am Dustin Childs coming to you from the Mid-South headquarters of the Zero Day Initiative, right outside of Nashville, Tennessee. Remote as many of us are these days, but our folks in Toronto are setting up now for our first attempt of our final day of the contest. We have the team of DEVCORE. They will be targeting the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100 network attached storage server. That is a big old name for a really nice NAS. Yesterday, we saw the DEVCORE team take out the Synology with a very elegant heap overflow. We'll see what they do today against the Western Digital. If they get a full 2 points for Master of Pwn, that ties them with Team Flashback. So a lot on the line here. I know I'm really interested to see how it goes. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to our team in Toronto, and they will take us through the exploit. So Abdul, off over to you.
Oh, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go.
What?
Oh, we have here. HB.
Could you run the ID? Maybe the show is here.
So we may have results pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
Yeah, very quickly.
That was pretty fast. I think, yeah, we should have.
So I think that was a successful demonstration just that quickly.
Perfect. Good
Yeah.
job.
We're good. There's a thumb up. Is it possible to see the shell?
No screen.
No screen yet?
Okay, there you go.
Okay, ready to show screen. Ready to show.
Okay, now let's take a look at the screen and see if we can see the ID. There we go.
Nice work.
Nice work, everyone. Yep, that is a successful demonstration.
I'll see you in the
Now,
other.
same as in yesterday and the days before, always after a successful demonstration, we go with the contestants into the disclosure room. They provide all the details of the exploit, or exploits usually, that they used for the demonstration, and then we'll also deconflict that with Western Digital. If you saw my interview with their senior product developer yesterday, they've been a great partner throughout this entire contest, and they've really done some nice work securing their devices as well. So we'll we call it deduplication, dedupe. Just making sure that it's actually 0 day. And if it is, then again, we've got a tie for Master of Pwn. If it is possibly a collision with something else, we'll see how that goes. But stay tuned for us on Twitter, and we'll have the results there. Also on our blog, we'll be posting the results live throughout the day. Coming up next, we've got some videos from Pwn2Own Miami earlier this year. We added a third Pwn2Own event because why not? Let's have some more fun with this. Pwn2Own Miami covers ICS and SCADA products, and we had a lot of fun with that. And at 10:30 Eastern, I've got the interview with Corey Ford coming up. Our next attempt will be at 11, and that'll have the team Bugscale return to target the LAN interface of the NETGEAR Nighthawk R7800 router. So stay tuned, enjoy the videos, enjoy the interview, and I'll see you at 11 for the next attempt. Hello everyone, and welcome to Pwn2Own Miami for 2020. This is our first year of the event, and we've brought the world's most elite hacking contest to the ICS and SCADA community. We're here at the S4 conference in the Fillmore, here in Miami Beach, Florida. We've seen some amazing research. Let's go take a look. day began with the Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio targeting the Triangle Microworks SCADA data gateway. They were able to get a DOS through a stack-based buffer overflow. They earned themselves $5,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, the Clarity research crew used a deserialization bug to cause a denial of service in the Iconics Genesis 64. This also earned them $5,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. The Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio returned, this time attempting a remote code execution against the Rockwell Automation FactoryTalk View SE. They were able to get their code execution to work, however this was only a partial win because the bug had been previously reported. Fabius Artrell made his debut in Pwn2Own, also targeting the Rockwell Automation FactoryTalk View SE. He was also able to demonstrate code execution, however again it was a partial win as the bug had been previously reported. While these partial wins don't count as full wins, they are great research and we hope to see more from both in the future. Tobias Scharnowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi were the next to target the Rockwell Automation FactoryTalk View SE. They were able to get their code execution working, and it was a full win. They used an out-of-bounds access to gain code execution. This earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. The Flashback team of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Domansky targeted the Iconics Genesis 64 in the control server category. They were able to use 2 bugs to get a system-level remote shell on the target server. This earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. Tobias returned, this time targeting the Iconics Genesis 64. He earned himself another win by using an OOB access bug to get code execution. This earned them another $25,000 and 25 more points towards Master of Pwn. That brings their day 1 total to $50,000 and 50 points in Master of Pwn. Our final entry of the day saw the Flashback team of Pedro and Radek return, this time targeting the Inductive Automation Ignition in the control server category. They used an information leak and an unsafe deserialization bug to get code execution on the product. Their final effort for day 1 earns them another $25,000 and 25 more Master of Pwn points. Day 1 wraps up with us awarding $110,000 for 8 bugs and more than 75 points towards Master of Pwn. We saw some great research today, and tomorrow looks like it's going to be even better. Our day 2 began with the Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio targeting the Inductive Automation Ignition. They were able to get code execution through an information leak and a deserialization bug. This earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, the team from Clarity researched used an arbitrary DLL loading bug along with a directory traversal bug to get code execution on the Schneider Electric EcoStruxure Operator Terminal Expert. This earned them $20,000 and 20 Master of Pwn points. The Flashback team of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Domansky were up next. They were targeting the Rockwell Automation FactoryTalk View SE in the HMI category. They actually used a multi-bug chain to get their code execution along with continuation on the target. This earned them $25,000 and 25 more Master of Pwn points. Our next competitors were Tobias Scharnowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi, targeting the Inductive Automation Ignition in the control server category. They were able to successfully demonstrate code execution, however the bug they used had been previously reported. This counts as a partial win, but it did earn them 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The crew from the Clarity research team returned, this time targeting the Inductive Automation Ignition in the control server category. They got their code execution working and quickly, however they also used a bug that had previously been reported. Again, this counts as a partial win and earns them 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The Insight team returned for the afternoon session, this time targeting the Schneider Electric EcoStruxure Operator Terminal Expert. Unfortunately, they could not get their exploit working within the time allotted. Making his Pwn2Own debut, Ben McBride of Oak Ridge National Laboratory set about targeting an information disclosure bug on the Iconix Genesis 64. Unfortunately, Ben was not able to get his bug working within the allotted time frame. Ben returned to close out day 2 with a successful demonstration against the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE. However, the bug he used had been previously reported. He still earns 12.5 points towards Master of Pwn and demonstrated some great research. We certainly expect great things from him in the future. So that wraps up day 2. We've awarded more than $180,000 total and more than 200 Master of Pwn points. Currently, the Flashback team is in the lead with 75 points. Following that, Tobias Chernovsky, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi have 62.5 points. The Insight team has 42.5 points. The Clarity Research team has 37.5 points. Fabius Artrell and Ben McBride both have 12.5 points. At this point, Master of Pwn is pretty much anyone's game, because we have a lot of demonstrations set for day 3. Be sure to come back tomorrow for the final day of Pwn2Own Miami for 2020 and see who gets crowned Master of Pwn. Welcome back to Pwn2Own Miami for 2020. We're entering our 3rd and final day, and we've got a whole slate of amazing research to discover. The day began with quite a bit of drama, as Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio of the Insight team took all but 4 seconds off the clock to get their code execution working on the Rockwell Automation Studio 5000. This heart-racing demonstration earned them $20,000 and 20 points towards Master of Pwn, and it certainly had everyone in the room sweating. Next up, the team from Clarity Research targeted a DOS exploit against the Triangle Microworks SCADA data gateway in the DNP3 category. They were able to successfully demonstrate their denial of service. However, the bug had been previously reported. This counts as a partial win and earned them 2.5 Master of Pwn points. In his first Pwn2Own entry, Michael Stepankin of Veracode targeted the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. He was able to successfully demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had also been previously reported. This partial win did get him 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The Insight team returned, this time with a little bit less drama. They were targeting the OPC Foundation OPC UA.NET Standard framework and were able to successfully create a denial of service condition. They earned themselves $5,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. Those 5 points ended up being pretty important down the road. They came right back, this time targeting the Iconix Genesis 64 in the control server category. They used a deserialization bug to get code execution with continuation. That's another $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. That put them in a commanding lead for Master of Pwn with an astonishing 92.5 points in total. Clarity Research team also wasn't done. They came back to use a combination of bugs to get code execution with continuation on the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE. This earned them another $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Tobias Chernovsky, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi came back to target the Triangle Microworks SCADA data gateway in the DNP3 category. They were successful in getting their code execution with continuation, and this earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. That puts their total at 87.5 points. Ben McBride of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory returned to target the inductive automation ignition and the control server category. He was able to demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had previously been reported. He still earns 12.5 points towards Master of Pwn for this partial win. Our final entry of the entire contest was actually a Pwn2Own newcomer. Lucas Georges of Synactive took the stage to close out the contest by targeting the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE in the HMI category. He was able to demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had been previously reported. He earns 12.5 Master of Pwn points for this partial win. That brings to a close our first ever Pwn2Own Miami for 2020. Recapping the Master of Pwn points, Lucas Georges, Michael Stepankin, and Fabius Artrell each had 12.5. Ben McBride finished with 25 points. The Clarity Research team had 65 points. The flashback team of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Domansky finished with 75 points. In second place, Tobias Shonarski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi had 87.5 points. And the Master of Pwn winner for the first ever Pwn2Own Miami goes to the Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio with 92.5 points. Just 5 points separated the first and second place entries in the Master of Pwn competition. What a contest! Let's hear from the contestants themselves, what they thought about the contest, and some tips for future participants.
First one is don't be afraid. There are a lot of people I know congratulating me for participating, and I know these people very well. I know they're very skilled, some even more skilled than me. And I asked them, why you don't go? And they find all kinds of excuses.
You shouldn't be too afraid of the complexity. Just put in, be persistent, and you will have some emotional roller coasters. We sure had with some of the exploits. We had to get very crafty in some places to actually get it, and I was very close to like dropping one of the exploits, for example. But then I was very happy about having a solution for that.
Always be prepared for bug collisions. If you can have like multiple bugs, definitely try to achieve that.
Don't feel defeated. Just keep trying. You just gotta build it up. You cannot reach here and get Master of Pwn. You gotta build it up slowly.
Don't give up. Definitely read as much of other people's work as you can. I love that ZDI has the blog post for select exploits that they let out. There's always a ton of good info in there.
That brings to a close our first ever Pwn2Own Miami. It's been an amazing contest full of some amazing research. We want to thank all of the contestants, we want to thank our host, the S4 conference, and of course we want to thank all the vendors that participated. We'll see you in Canada in March for Pwn2Own Vancouver. Let's try that again now that I'm not on mute. Hi, everyone. My name is Dustin Childs, and I'm with the Zero Day Initiative. Welcome back to Pwn2Own 2020, coming to you live from Toronto, but not free from bugs and stupid people who don't know how to click the unmute button. Joining me right now is Corey Ford, who is the Senior Manager of Threat Research with Trend Micro. Corey, hopefully you can hear me now, and hopefully I will be able to hear you when you join in.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, absolutely, great. I can hear you. Good to. Hopefully, I don't have my mute button on.
No, you do not. I hear you just fine. You are apparently better at using simple clients than I am, so good job there. So let's get started. So Corey, explain to me what your role is in Pwn2Own.
So I actually manage the team that takes the excellent research that all of the submitters have done and converts that into tipping point filters in the tipping point hardware. So we actually take that and put it into actionable protection for the customers.
So tipping point is our intrusion prevention system, and filters is kind of our way of saying signatures. So really what you're saying is that you take the research that we're getting today, or actually yesterday, or the day before, and then immediately turning that into customer protections. Yes? Something along those lines?
Yes, so we actually take them the day of. So immediately when as soon as they make their attempt, we take that and we convert it usually within the next half hour.
Cool. So what's the process like for that? What's the process for creating a filter?
All right, so it's actually within Pwn2Own pretty easy because of all the great researchers, right? They come in here with exact knowledge of how their vulnerabilities and bugs work. So all we have to do is take their great research and convert that into a filter or a signature. So as far as it's concerned here, we sit in, they go to the disclosure room. None of y'all are able to see that.
Right.
And we sit around and we have discussions. They explain the vulnerability. We ask questions, and then we write up some guidance for that and send that off to our team, which when we're remote is luckily us. So we get to do all of the speaking and understanding and the writing of the rule. But normally when it's back to normal, we'll be sending it back to our teams for filter writing.
But normally, so when Pwn2Own, when we're on location in Tokyo, not when we're live from Toronto or completely remote, you're in the disclosure room asking the competitors questions as well, right?
Yes, and we're still able to do that. We're still doing that. It's just that we don't get to then write the filters ourselves. So we get to write guidance typically, but when we're here, we get to write the guidance and actually write the filters because instead of being in a locked room that no one can access and we don't have access to the actual internet and tools, we just get to swap over to a different screen.
Okay. So can everything be filtered?
Not everything can be filtered. Since Tipping Point is a network-based intrusion prevention system, we really only cover the network, the attacks that go over the network. For this, it's typically more likely that we're going to be able to cover them for Pwn2Own Tokyo. Some of the different Pwn2Owns are, higher or lower depending on what we're attacking.
Right. So how long does it take to develop a filter, both for within Pwn2Own, and then y'all do filters for everything ZDI buy, or at least everything that you can that ZDI purchases, correct? How long do those filters
We do. Yeah, so Pwn2Own is typically a pretty quick turnover because we have the researchers right there and we can ask them questions. They understand those attacks better than anybody else. The next best people would be the ZDI researchers, who are just as amazing. But we have access to all of that right there. We can ask all the questions we need. So filter writing for that typically takes us, after we've asked all of our questions and done the disclosures, it typically takes us 15, 20 minutes to get a filter out. And of course, we then have to wait for Pwn2Own to be over because we're not going to ship them one at a time. We're going to ship them all at once.
Right.
But yeah, for Pwn2Own, they typically take 15, 20 minutes. ZDI is typically just about as fast. Those are usually about half an hour, just because we don't have the researchers right there to ask questions. But the guidance is so good that we usually don't have to.
Okay, that's great. So what have been some really challenging filters to create from either this contest or previous contests?
Oh man, the most challenging ones for me are always the JIT bugs, just because JIT it's so weird. And when you're sitting in a room and you've got 10 minutes to understand and ask questions, it's a lot to take in so quickly. Other than that, I would say probably the most exciting one we ever had was there was an attack it was an 11 bug chain. I kept telling him he should have done one more because we could have called it the Dirty Dozen.
Was that on a Samsung phone by any chance?
I think it was.
Do you remember the product for that?
I don't. I think it was mobile though.
I can't remember one contestant that had a 15 bug chain, and then we got into the disclosure room, and the vendor said, "No, 4 of those are features." So then they said, "Well, we have an 11 bug chain now." But I do remember in Tokyo there being, that was what that is. Yeah, when you chain that many bugs together, I imagine that can be quite challenging to try and build a filter for that.
Yeah, and of course we couldn't filter every single one of those bugs. When you're chaining 11 of those together, some of them are going to be local.
Right, some of them are going to
be local.
But
that one was very exciting.
That one was a very impressive bug. I'm trying to remember who did that. I need Brian's memory for that. But that was impressive. I do remember that being a very funny bug, a very interesting one. So kind of along those same lines, let's go through some of it, because we've been through a lot of Pwn2Owns together. What are some of your favorite memories from previous contests?
I will say that Pwn2Own Tokyo is always my favorite. And that's just me being biased because Tokyo is amazing. It's probably the best city I've ever been to.
It's an amazing city, to be sure.
Yeah, the food is out of this world. It's probably the thing I hate. The thing that I hate most about being remote is missing Pwn2Own Tokyo. Actually, in Tokyo is an amazing
place to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've definitely had a lot of fun there. We had a lot of fun playing arcade games at Akihabara. A lot of great dinners. A lot of fun time visiting the city and getting to know it a little bit.
Yeah. As far as the event goes, the event's always great. It's such a rush. It happens so fast. It's just go, 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 go. It just always feels like a blur. The thing that sticks out the most is when you actually have time to sit back and enjoy, which is never actually during the event, especially this year.
Yes. This year is definitely its own set of challenges, but I'm sure the postmortem will still be just as fun as it always is.
Yes.
Well, Corey, I want to thank you for joining us. I want to thank you and your team for producing those filters and getting those out quickly. We always enjoy working with y'all and the whole DV crew. So thanks again for doing that. Coming up next, at the top of the hour, we've got Team Bugscale targeting the LAN interface on the NETGEAR Nighthawk R7800 router. So stick around, Corey. Watch that on our stream. And if not, please join us, and we'll see you at the top of the hour. No worries. Sorry about being on mute. Well, Corey hit me on Zoom, said I can't hear you. And I'm like, oh crap. So at least it was the first thing I checked. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo, live from Toronto. I'm Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative. Our next contestant is someone returning from yesterday. That's Team Bugscale. Yesterday, they attempted to exploit the Western Digital NAS. They were successful, but that was a partial win for them due to a duplication. Today, they are targeting the LAN interface on the NETGEAR Nighthawk R7800 router. So hopefully they have some better luck here with that. And we'll go ahead and send it over to our crew in Toronto. I know Abdul is standing by with his team, and we're ready to run this exploit. So Abdul, take it away.
Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Can you mute?
Okay, you see the clocks there. The top clock is 5 minutes, and that's each attempt has a 5-minute time period. But overall, we've got a 20-minute time period within you can run 3 attempts. Since they went on mute there, I'm guessing the first attempt might have gone a little, well, they just crossed out one of the X's. So we're saying now the first attempt is a failure. They went on mute there so they could talk about the details of the bug, which may include details that we're not ready to release since we're talking about unpatched bugs. At this point, what we're doing is we have the contestants on the Zoom call, and they're able to coordinate with Abdul and his team to see if there's changes that need to be made. I know on day one, we actually swapped out the hardware to get a fresh router in there. I think I heard this say they might be looking for a new cable for today. So it depends on exactly what's going on, and of course, not being in the room and not seeing the screen, I can only speculate at this point. But there's definitely a lot of troubleshooting happening right now with Team Bugscale. Okay, it looks like they've replaced a cable. And they will reset the attempt. The competitor also has the opportunity to change shellcode or change their Python script or whatever using to exploit this at this time. I know in previous contests, we've seen competitors rewrite large portions of their exploit code while on the clock. That's incredibly impressive when that happens. And then sometimes there are instances where you have a race condition or something that just, maybe it hits during this time period and maybe it doesn't. I know that I've seen that happen before in Pwn2Own, where you go through the entire 20 minutes and you can't get your exploit to work. And then you get to the disclosure room and it pops first time. Okay, I think we're ready to go for attempt number 2 here very shortly.
So let's go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, attempt number 2 is underway.
Mute again, please.
Okay, they're going back on mute, which again seems to indicate, and yes, that second X going out there, that means we're calling that one attempt a failure as well. You see Vincent reset the attempt clock, while the overall clock continues to count down. We have just over 16.5 minutes left within this period of time to get this working. But as I was saying, we've seen it before where you can't get it rolling during the exploit time when you're on the clock. But obviously you wouldn't be at Pwn2Own unless you had some real stuff. So then we get to the exploit room, or the disclosure room, excuse me, and they rerun it and it pops immediately. And that's always kind of, in a way, it's heartbreaking that, okay, we get it in the disclosure room, but not when you're actually under clock. And that's tough, but that happens sometimes. That's Pwn2Own. And it's one of those things that can occur. So again, they are muted right now in Toronto so that they can speak freely with the contestants through the Zoom call. and not divulge anything that might be overly sensitive. Another thing that's possible is even though that overall clock right now is sitting over 15 minutes, if that clock gets below 5 minutes, we can still start a third attempt. So we've started an attempt with less than 2 minutes to go and had it succeed in prior Pwn2Owns. So there's still that possibility of taking whatever corrective actions are needed to get that third attempt to succeed within now 14 and change minutes. And again, should this not succeed, should we not be able to get this working within the allotted time frame, we still will meet with Team Bugscale in the disclosure room, and we'll still go through all of the details. And it might be possible that we purchase bugs through our normal program, or we award, obviously we can't call it a partial win if they don't demonstrate it within the time period, but there still could be some stuff that comes out of this. We still might be able to get some real research out. And obviously, Team Bugscale has worked a lot on getting something here. They wouldn't be here if it didn't work, at least under certain circumstances. Now down to 13 and a half minutes. And again, you can see that they're still discussing possible solutions for whatever is going on right now. Abdul and his team are huddled around the keyboard there, making necessary changes, or at least requested changes. Now under 12 minutes remaining from this attempt. Okay, I'm hearing we're ready to go with our third and final attempt.
Okay, are you guys ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, sorry about that. It didn't work.
Well, we definitely have results.
Yeah.
Not sure if they're positive results yet.
Let's talk about it in the disclosure room, all right, guys?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So Abdul's calling that a third failed attempt. So unfortunately, that does mean
this
overall attempt failed. Even though there was time left over in the overall clock, like I said, you only have the 3 opportunities. So unfortunately, Team Bugscale does not succeed in getting their attempts launched within this time period. They will still go back to the disclosure room, as I mentioned, and they'll go over it with the team and see what will happen. But unfortunate for them, I know they worked hard on it. They will be in the disclosure room, and hopefully something good can come out of it. Coming up next, we've got a couple videos of exploits from prior Pwn2Owns. First, a SharePoint RCE, which should be really good. That's a really cool bug. And then an EMC data protection bug. Our next attempt will be at 12 Eastern, and that will be a Pwn2Own newcomer, Gaurav Baruah, targeting the Western Digital MyCloud Pro. So enjoy the videos, and we'll see you at noon for the next attempt. Welcome to a ZDI exploit demonstration overview. This video covers CVE 2020-0932, a remote code execution bug in Microsoft SharePoint. We begin by verifying the patch version of the target SharePoint system. We also ensure the service is started and listening on port 80. We take note of the process ID, 1176, and filter for that PID in Process Monitor. We open our web browser and log on to SharePoint as user 1. For this attack, we'll create a new site within SharePoint. We name this site My New Site 1. We select the default options and click OK. With the site created, we open a command prompt to run our POC. This takes several arguments from the command line: base URL, which is the target SharePoint site, username, in this case user1, the password for the user, the domain of the SharePoint server, and finally, the remote path of the payload file. We confirm our resources file is located on the attacker-controlled SMB share. We use all of these variables to construct the command to run our proof of concept. When this executes, we do receive an error, but the command found in our resources file did execute. The Process Explorer shows we were able to create a file in the temp directory. This bug can be used to run any command in the context of the service account of the SharePoint web application.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to day 3, our final day of Pwn2Own Tokyo live from Toronto. I'm Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative. Up next, we've got a newcomer. That's Gaurav, who will be targeting the Western Digital NAS. That is the Western, let me get the full name of it for you here. The Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100. That's quite the mouthful. I've heard we've got a pretty interesting demo coming up here, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. Perhaps some flashy lights. I'm very simple, so I do like some flashy lights when it's included. So without further delay, we'll go ahead and turn it over to our team in Toronto, where Abdul, go ahead and let him and his team crew there run the event.
All right, so are you ready? Yep. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1, go. Sure. So we're just verifying one thing on this work.
When they say the word verifying, that's usually a good sign.
So it's Siva shivering over here. Nothing fancy. There you go. Okay, so we're gonna. So basically, we got the root shell. So we're gonna add a little bit of. We're gonna add a small touch to it.
Okay, so we do have a root shell. That's a very positive sign. And I think Siva is gonna. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Good job. Congratulations.
Congratulations. That is a successful demonstration.
Thanks.
You can see Siv is running his code there, flashing the lights on top of that root shell provided by Gaurav. So that is great. They will head off down to the disclosure room. And they will talk about the details of whatever just what transpired there. We'll see if that's a duplicate bug, maybe a partial win, or fingers crossed, something we haven't seen before, it's a full win. So that's great. So coming up next, we have some videos from Pwn2Own Vancouver 2019. That was a great contest. We partnered with Tesla for that event and ended up giving away a Model 3 to a couple of competitors who were able to compromise the infotainment system. So definitely stick around for those videos. Our next attempt starts at 1 o'clock, and that will be the returning Viettel Cyber Security team. They'll be targeting the Sony X800 television series, so that'll be great. We haven't seen the Sony TV up before. We'll see what happens with that. And again, that starts at 1 o'clock Eastern, so we'll see you back then. As a special bonus for Pwn2Own 2020, ZDI researcher Lucas Leong demonstrates an unpatched exploit in Oracle VirtualBox. We start with our exploit on the virtual machine. We run it as an administrator to ensure our system driver gets loaded. To accomplish this, we create a service that loads the driver. The driver attempts to do an out-of-bounds read for an info leak, and then attempts a use after free for code execution. The black screen shows our heap sprays are targeting affected video components. Once complete, we pop calc, executing code on the host operating system. Hi everyone, welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo, coming to you live from Toronto. I am Dustin Childs, reporting to you from the Mid-South headquarters of the Zero Day Initiative, just outside of balmy Nashville, Tennessee. We've got 2 attempts left in our entire contest, and our next attempt is the Viettel Cyber Security team. Yesterday, they compromised a Samsung television. Today, they'll be targeting a Sony television. And from what I understand, we have some special guests joining us in Toronto to help run this for our special bug extraction crew, ready to take over. So, folks in Toronto, I hand it over to you. Oh, I think I see some folks ready, peeking out. That looks to be the bug extraction crew ready to come out and run this attempt. Okay, the attempt has started. Our bug extraction team is there.
So it's successful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was you guys
We have done.
I think we have a successful reverse shell.
Yeah, they can
and
share
I think we are able to take a look at it as well.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks.
We have bug extraction too here.
This guy over here.
So yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that screen.
The bug
Yep,
extraction.
that's it. There's our reverse shell right there. So can we get a description from the bug extraction crew what we're looking at exactly?
From the file, from the TV. We got the file from the TV.
Oh, it's a file from the TV. The memory. This is memory map of the TV.
Yeah, maybe.
Memory map from the TV. Okay, that's cool. Great. Well, the team will head off to the disclosure room. They are wearing those custom designed hazmat suits to make sure the bugs are handled properly. And the Viettel security team will provide all of the details of the exploit. And we'll see, hopefully we get some really good news coming out of this. We've got one more attempt to finish our contest, and that will be the STARLabs team targeting the Synology DiskStation, DS418 Play.
Way to go, Team
We
Viettel.
saw that go yesterday.
They got you,
at the
KP.
end of yesterday. And that was a elegant bug heap overflow that they used yesterday on the Synology. We'll see if the Synology can be compromised today in either a similar or a different format. And that comes to us at 2 o'clock Eastern. Until then, see, I think we've got queued up some videos from 2017, which was our 10th anniversary of Pwn2Own. I can't believe it's been 3 years since our 10th anniversary already. So enjoy the videos, and if not, we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock for our final attempt of Pwn2Own Tokyo 2020. Welcome to Pwn2Own 2017. It's our 10th anniversary and our largest contest ever, with over $1 million up for the taking. Once again, we'll crown a Master of Pwn as the overall winner at the end of the contest. This year sees 11 teams of contestants targeting products across 4 categories, 30 different attempts in total. Let's see the results. Our day started with the 360 security team successfully using a JPEG 2000 heap overflow, a Windows kernel info leak, and an RCE through an uninitialized buffer to take down Adobe Reader. In the process, they earned themselves $50,000 and 6 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Samuel Gross and Nicholas Bumstart earned some style points by leaving a special message on the touch bar of the targeted Mac. They employed a use after free in Safari, combined with 3 logic bugs and a null pointer dereference to exploit Safari and elevate to root in macOS. Unfortunately, the UAF was corrected by the beta version, earning them only a partial win. They still managed to earn 28,000 and 9 Master of Pwn points. The next contestant was Tencent Security Team Ether targeting Microsoft Edge. They succeeded by using an arbitrary write in Chakra and sandbox escape using a logic bug within the sandbox. This netted them $80,000 and 10 points for Master of Pwn. Ubuntu Linux was welcomed to Pwn2Own by the Châtain Security Research Lab. They leveraged a Linux kernel heap out-of-bounds access bug to earn themselves $15,000 and 3 Master Pwn points. We've seen folks pop calc before, but popping xcalc was a nice touch. Despite their earlier success, Tencent Security Team Ether withdrew their entry targeting Microsoft Windows. Ralph Philip Wyman also withdrew his attempt to exploit Microsoft Edge. Perhaps the recent security patches affected their exploits after all. Next, Tencent Security Team Sniper, KeenLab, and PC Manager targeted Google Chrome with a system-level escalation. Unfortunately, they couldn't get their exploit chain to work within the allotted time frame and failed this attempt. However, the team came right back to target Adobe Reader and succeeded by using an info leak in Reader, followed by a UAF to get code execution. Then, they leveraged a UAF in the kernel to gain system-level privileges. Being the second win in the Enterprise Application category, it netted them $25,000 and 6 points for Master of Pwn. The Châtain Security Research Lab followed up their previous success with some fantastic late evening exploits. They broke through Apple Safari to gain root access on macOS by using a total of 6 bugs in their exploit chain, including an info disclosure in Safari, 4 different type confusion bugs in the browser, and a UAF in Windows Server. This demonstration earned them $35,000 and 11 points towards Master of Pwn. They also let us know their research was guided by advisories released through the ZDI program. Completing the nightcap round of our first day, Richard Zhu, also known as Fluorescence, failed to successfully exploit Apple Safari within the allotted time. We wish him success in his attempts tomorrow. Overall, it was a fantastic start to the first day of our largest competition ever. Be sure to check back for all the latest from this 10th anniversary edition of Pwn2Own. Welcome to day 2 of Pwn2Own and our 10th anniversary. Today we have a record 17 entries happening on a single day. So many in fact that we've divided it into 2 tracks. Track A focuses on Adobe and Microsoft products, while Track B looks at Mozilla and Apple products. Our day started with 360 Security Team looking at successfully exploiting Adobe Flash by using a use after free bug, 2 Windows kernel info leaks, and an uninitialized Windows kernel buffer to elevate through Flash to system level access. They were unable to complete their VMware escape as part of their bonus portion, but what they did demonstrate still counts as a win and netted them $40,000 in cash and 12 Master of Pwn points. Over in Track B, the day started with Tencent Security Team Shield deciding to withdraw their attempt to exploit Apple macOS. Back in Track A, Tencent Security Team Sniper, KeenLab, and PC Manager successfully exploited Adobe Flash by using a UAF and escalating to system via a UAF in the Windows kernel. This earned them $40,000 and 12 more points for Master of Pwn. Over in Track B, 360 Security Team continued their successful Pwn2Own by elevating privileges on Apple macOS by using an info leak and a race condition in the kernel. In doing so, they garnered $10,000 more and 3 more points for Master of Pwn. In Track A, Tencent Security Lance Team successfully exploited Microsoft Edge by using a UAF in Chakra, then elevating to system by using a UAF in the Windows kernel. This earned them $55,000 and 13 Master of Pwn points. Back in Track B, the 360 Security Team had another successful event as they exploited Apple Safari through an integer overflow and escalated to root using a Mac OS kernel UAF. This garnered them another $35,000 and 11 more points for Master of Pwn. In Track A, Tencent Security SOAR team actually had their entry disqualified since the bugs they used had already been reported and were known to the vendor. The bugs were reported yesterday in an earlier Pwn2Own entry. Over in Track B, the Châtain Security Research Lab succeeded in elevating their privileges in Mac OS by using an info leak in an out-of-bounds bug in the Mac OS kernel. In doing so, they netted another $10,000 for themselves and 3 more points for Master of Pwn. Back in Track A, despite their earlier success, Tencent Security Lance team decided to withdraw their entry targeting Microsoft Windows. Back in Track B, the next event actually ended in a disqualification, as the Tencent Security Team Sniper targeted Apple Mac OS with bugs already reported to and known by the vendor. In Track A, Tencent Security Team Shield decided to withdraw their entry targeting Microsoft Edge with a system-level escalation. In Track B, Moritz Judob from Blue Frost Security attempted to target Mozilla Firefox, but failed to get his exploit chain working within the allotted time. In Track A, undaunted by any previous events, Tencent Security Team Sniper completed their exploit of Microsoft Edge with the UAF in Chakra and escalated to system-level privileges with the UAF in the Windows kernel. This round won them $55,000 at 14 points towards Master of Pwn. In Track B, the team from Châtain Security Research Lab wrapped up their successful first appearance in a Pwn2Own by exploiting Mozilla Firefox with an integer overflow and escalated privileges through uninitialized buffer in the Windows kernel. This earned them $30,000 and 9 Master of Pwn points from this round, and increased their total to $90,000 and 26 Master of Pwn points for the entire contest. They certainly made an impression in their first Pwn2Own competition. We hope to see them again in the future. Back in Track A, the folks from 360 Security successfully exploited Microsoft Windows with an out-of-bands bug in the Windows kernel. This netted them $15,000 and 4 Master of Pwn points. In the final entry for the day in Track B, Tencent Security Team Sniper successfully exploited Apple Safari through an integer overflow and escalated to root via an out-of-bounds UAF in Windows Server. This netted them $35,000 and 11 points for Master of Pwn. In the final event for Track A and the final event for Day 2, Tencent Security Team Sniper elevated privileges in Microsoft Windows through an integer overflow in the kernel. This final act of Day 2 earned them $15,000 and 4 more points for Master of Pwn. This brings an end to another fascinating day of Pwn2Own 2017. The race for Master of Pwn remains tight, with 2 teams still in the running. Be sure to join us tomorrow for all the results in the final of the Master of Pwn in this 10th anniversary edition of Pwn2Own. Welcome to our third and final day of Pwn2Own 2017, where we see some amazing research as our largest ever contest comes to a close. Our day started with the folks from 360 Security attempting a full virtual machine escape through Microsoft Edge. In a first for the Pwn2Own competition, they succeeded by leveraging a heap overflow in Microsoft Edge, a type confusion bug in the Windows kernel, and finally an uninitialized buffer in VMware for a complete virtual machine escape. These 3 bugs earned them $105,000 and 27 points for Master of Pwn. They won't say exactly how long the research took them, but the code demonstration needed only 90 seconds. Next up was Richard Zhu, also known as Fluorescence, targeting Microsoft Edge with a system-level escalation. Although his first try failed, his second attempt leveraged 2 separate UAF in Microsoft Edge, and then escalated to system using a buffer overflow in the Windows kernel. This garnered him $55,000 and 14 points towards Master of Pwn. The final event for both the day and the contest had Tencent Security Team Sniper targeting VMware Workstation with the guest-to-host exploit. They used a 3-bug chain to win the Virtual Machine Escapes category with a VMware Workstation exploit. This involved a Windows kernel UAF, a VMware info leak, and an uninitialized VMware buffer to go from guest to host. This earned them $100,000 and 13 more points for Master of Pwn. When we tallied up all of the Master of Pwn points, 360 Security became our winner with a total of 63 points. Close behind them was Tencent Security Team Sniper with 60 points, and Châtain Security Research Lab with 26 points in third. At the award ceremony, we presented 360 Security with both the trophy and an amazing looking jacket. You have to admit, he does look pretty stylish. This brings to an end the 2017 version of Pwn2Own. We look forward to seeing everyone in Tokyo for the mobile Pwn2Own this fall, and back here next year for the 2018 version of the contest. See you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Dustin Childs here, coming to you from the Mid-South headquarters of the Zero Day Initiative, and our final attempt for Pwn2Own Tokyo 2020, live from Toronto. We have the returning STARLabs team. They will be targeting the Synology DiskStation DS418 Play network-attached storage. So I know yesterday they were able to get some stuff going on the NETGEAR Nighthawk as well as the Western Digital. They're going to round out their stuff today with the Synology. I believe they have a multi-bug exploit for us. So I'm going to hand it off to our team in Toronto and let them go ahead and run the exploit and see how it goes.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2, 2, 1, go.
Abdul sporting the nice custom hazmat suits we have there.
It seems to be working fine, at least from what I'm seeing.
Early indicators are good. We do want to thank all of our remote contestants for being up at wherever they are in the world.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's good. It's the first time.
Okay, it looks like we've had a successful demonstration, or just successful first half.
It's a successful demonstration. It's a.
Oh yeah, that is. Why don't you look at that? That's a good looking root shell you have there.
Nice.
Congratulations on that successful demonstration.
Thank you.
Nice to finish with a success on the close of the competition. They will head now to the disclosure room, as they have in the past, and they'll go through all of the details on it. Like I said, from what I've read, multiple bugs being used there, so they'll deconflict, see if any of them are previously known. Hopefully they're all 0 days. We can finish out with the win. We've got a few things coming up, even though we don't have any more attempts, excuse me. After 3 days of talking to myself a lot, my voice is a little rough. But we have a couple overview videos from day 1 and day 2 of the competition. So if you missed anything, stick around for that. We still have to crown a Master of Pwn. So if you've been following the math, you know who it is. At the bottom of the hour at 2:30 Eastern, we will bring back Team Flashback. They have won Master of Pwn mathematically. So congratulations to them. We will officially crown them. And then at 3 o'clock Eastern, I'll sit down with Brian Gorence and Abdul Aziz Hariri there in Toronto, and we'll kind of recap the entire competition. So definitely stick around, enjoy the videos. I'll be back at 2:30 to crown the Master of Pwn. Thanks all. Hello everyone, and welcome to Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2020, coming to you this year live from Toronto. My name is Dustin Childs. I'm the communications manager here in the Zero Day Initiative. We have a total of 19 total entries for this year, and it's going to be a really great show. Our team in the Toronto office will run all of the attempts with the contestants connecting remotely. Pwn2Own Tokyo focuses on consumer-oriented devices, and this year is no different. We have 19 entries from 12 teams in the categories of Wi-Fi routers, smart TVs, and the newest category, network-attached storage. As always, the contest started with the drawing to determine the order of attempts. Let's see who's going to start our day. It is going to be STARLabs team, targeting the NETGEAR Nighthawk on the LAN side. They wasted no time and were able to use a pair of bugs to get their code execution going.
Oh, all right. Nice.
Can we take a look at the screen? Yeah, there we go. UID 0 equals root. So that is a successful demonstration. They earned $5,000 and 1 point towards Master of Pwn. Next up, the team from DEVCORE Security targeted the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100.
It's pretty fast, I guess.
Yeah.
Good job.
This was the first time a NAS server has been targeted at a Pwn2Own event. The team didn't disappoint, as they used an authorization bypass and a command injection bug to take over the server. This demonstration earned them $20,000 and 2 points towards Master of Pwn. So what drew you to the contest, and what kind of made you say, let's try this Pwn2Own thing?
Pwn2Own is a really big contest for hackers, and it was really nice to have a chance to participate in Pwn2Own. And this year we try to start from a simple target like the NAS or the router. It's much easier. Yeah. So we want to try how will it be in the Pwn2Own, and just choose some easy targets.
So what do you think so far? Do you think maybe you'll try to do some Pwn2Own stuff in the future?
Maybe next year we'll try like some browsers, but who knows.
Pwn2Own veterans Team Flashback were our next competitors. They were targeting the WAN interface of the NETGEAR Nighthawk R7800 router.
I see something here.
Okay, what do you see?
I see root, my friend.
Yeah! Flashback did it again.
Not only did they use a 2-bug chain to compromise the router, they were able to leave a backdoor in the router that would persist even after a factory reset. This demonstration earned them $20,000 and 2 points towards Master of Home. But how long did it take you to develop the exploit that you use today to win?
Well, I think it took us around 2 to 3 days to find, and maybe a couple of days more to really package it in a very reliable exploit. So I know we cannot reveal any details, unfortunately, but the exploit is quite cool. So one of the things is that it installs a permanent backdoor, and it survives a factory reset. You can factory reset your router all you want, but our backdoor is not going anywhere.
So let me be very clear on that, because that's cool. So it survives a factory reset, not just a power cycle?
Factory reset. You got a factory reset. You can try to factory reset the router, but you're not going to delete our exploit. Basically, the only way to delete our exploit is the way we know, and we can replace it with another exploit.
Next up, Pwn2Own newcomer 84C0 successfully demonstrated code execution against the Western Digital NAS.
There you go. Good job. Perfect.
Oh, look at that. UID of root.
Great.
Done.
Unfortunately, the bug he used had been previously reported. This still counts as a partial win, but he did not receive any points towards Master of Pwn. The team from Black Coffee was next on the schedule. Unfortunately, they couldn't get their exploit to work within the allotted time frame.
That failed.
The team in Toronto coordinated with the contestants as best as they could, including swapping hardware in the middle of the attempt. I'm sure we'll see some great research from them in the future. The first television targeted in this year's contest was the Samsung Q60T. The Viettel Cyber Security team was able to get a reverse shell on a fully patched device.
Okay. Oh, that was super fast. Good job.
However, the bug they used had been previously known. This still counts as a partial win and nets them 1 point towards Master of Pwn. The final demonstration for day 1 saw the Trappist Security team return, this time targeting the LAN interface of the NETGEAR Nighthawk router.
Yes. Oh. Right. Good job. Excellent job.
All right, that's a success. Successful demonstration. Oh, look at that. Their command injection bug was successful, and their exploit earned them another $5,000 and 1 more point towards Master of Pwn. That wraps up the first day of Pwn2Own Tokyo live from Toronto for 2020. We awarded $50,000 today for 7 unique bugs across 4 products. With their 2 successful attempts, the Trappist Security team is currently in the lead for Master of Pwn, which is the overall winner of Pwn2Own. However, Team Flashback is right on their heels. A lot of different exploits go on today, so Brian, welcome. And what were your initial thoughts of day 1?
Yeah, so I thought today was a great day. The first time we've gone through the whole streaming process with this, and to get really every flavor of Pwn2Own to come through the stream. We had 4 successful entries, we had 2 partial entries, and we had actually 1 failure. And so people who were watching the stream most of the day were actually able to see kind of all the different kind of things that happen within Pwn2Own. Whether the contestant is going to win real quickly with a 0 day, or whether they were going to win real quickly and possibly have a duplicate during the disclosure process that would disqualify them from being a full win. Sometimes they would leverage a previously known vulnerability that would result in a partial win. And to actually have a failure on day 1, though it's sad for the Black Coffee Coffee team to have a failure, it's for the people on the stream who are watching the event, it's, who may not have experienced Pwn2Own before. I mean, you can kind of feel the tension. You can understand that maybe the disappointment of the contestant who is participating in the contest, and also, understand that maybe the bug was patched out or, something happened that put them at a disadvantage. So, kind of fun to see across the board, and hopefully Black Coffee will come back in a future event like they did. One of their members is actually part of the winning team at Pwn2Own Miami this year, so I'm sure they'll be back in the future.
What are we looking forward to over the next couple days?
The WAN exploits to me are always kind of the sexiest router exploits that are out there. Team Flashback, just from their history at Pwn2Own and how dynamic that team is, it's going to be an amazing exploit. I'm also looking forward to the Sony television hack as well, and the Synology device. I think these are new entries into the Pwn2Own contest. We are we're looking forward to see what comes from those, and I think the vendor will be on site for us to disclose to them. So I think it's we're excited to have this new category. It seems to be going quite well for us this year, and we'll see how it wraps up for the whole contest.
Join us tomorrow as we begin at 10 a.m. Eastern, and follow us on our stream at Twitch and on YouTube. And of course, always look us up on Twitter. We'll see you then. Hi everyone, welcome to day 2 of Pwn2Own Tokyo, coming to you live from Toronto. My name is Dustin Childs. I'm with the Zero Day Initiative, sitting in our Mid-South headquarters, my house, as I'm remote, as most of us are these days. But we've got a great day of Pwn2Own action for you. Today we have 7 more attempts across various products. We're going to get started at 10 a.m. Eastern with Team Flashback. Today they're going to try and attack the WAN interface on the TP-Link AC1750. That's how we kick off. We'll see how that goes. This time, they used a 3-bug chain to get arbitrary code execution on the TP-Link AC1750.
Uh-oh. Awesome.
I think they did it. That's a good-looking shell right there. That looks like a successful demonstration. Their effort earned them another $20,000, which brings their 2-day total to $40,000. That also puts them in the lead for Master of Pwn with 4 total points. So what are your plans for the rest of the day now? Because you're done for the contest, right?
So the rest of the day will be chilling and watching the other participants taking their attempt, and basically watching the results, how many points other people will get, and having fun.
So we'll see how it goes for the rest of the day. What do you think of the trophy?
It's nice. It's very nice. But actually, can you show it more in the camera? I didn't see it properly.
Sure. Look at that.
Oh,
yeah, beautiful.
I think
beautiful.
Be more beautiful with our team name engraved there.
Next up, Team Bugscale targeted the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100 NAS server.
Good job.
That was super quick. While they were able to successfully exploit the NAS, the bugs they used had previously been reported during the contest. This does count as a partial win, but no Master of Pwn points were awarded. Our next contestant was 84C0, who returned to target the LAN interface of the NETGEAR Nighthawk R7800 router.
There you go.
As a reminder, every attempt has a 5-minute time period.
Yeah,
I can go with it. Hey, there we go. Success. He used 3 different bugs to get a root shell on the device. However, one of these 3 bugs had been previously submitted. This does count as a partial win, with 84C0 earning $4,000 and half a point towards Master of Pwn. Pwn2Own veterans STARLabs targeted the Samsung Q60TE television and wasted no time in getting a reverse shell on the fully patched smart TV.
Good job.
Nice.
Nice, congratulations. Woohoo! However, the bug they used was publicly known, which means this is another partial win. They do earn 1 point towards Master of Pwn for their efforts. I'm happy to be joined by Mike Gibson, who is the Vice President for Trend Micro Research. Mike, are you with us? How are you doing?
Hey, Dustin. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Great. So happy to have you. Nice looking shirt I see you got on there.
Yeah, I got to represent, right? Yeah.
Exactly. How have you seen Pwn2Own evolve just in the last really 3 years?
Oh, it's a lot, right? So, I mean, the biggest and obvious thing was our expansion into partnering with S4 and doing the Pwn2Own Miami contest for the first time earlier this year. I think that was great to see. Great to see us bring some new targets to the competition. Obviously, we've got customers that play in that space that are interested in the intelligence we get from there, and also just seeing improvements in the products that our partner vendors were bringing to that contest, and seeing them improve the quality and fix some of these bugs, I think was great.
Yeah. So you say you've been following along. Any highlights so far from this year?
I don't know if I consider this one a highlight or a lowlight, but the scary thing is how many of these targets I have in my own home.
Sam Thomas of Pentest Ltd. followed with an exploit chain targeting the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR4100 NAS.
You made it look very easy. It's done.
Yeah, it's too easy.
That was a little too easy.
I mean, yeah.
We're so easy we forgot to cue the confetti. There we go. Look at that. He was able to gain arbitrary code execution through a combination of 2 bugs. However, one of these bugs had previously been submitted earlier in the contest. This results in another partial win, as Sam earns $10,000 and 1 Master of Pwn point. I'm very pleased to be joined by Brian Mastenbrook from Western Digital. He is the Senior Director of Product Security Engineering. So how's the contest been going for you so far?
It's been going great. We're really excited to take part in the contest, and I want to thank ZDI and Trend Micro for putting all of this together and getting this kicked off relatively flawlessly, despite the challenges of doing it in a streaming format this year. It's been a lot of fun so far.
When you first heard a Western Digital product was going to be included in Pwn2Own, what were your thoughts? Were you apprehensive, or what was going on there?
I think we're very excited actually to hear about that. Western Digital is investing very heavily in the security of our products. We really believe in keeping our products secure in order to keep our customers' data secure and private to them. And contests like this are a great opportunity for us to participate and demonstrate our approach to product security, to demonstrate our approach to transparency and product security.
So I'm curious though, were you aware of the Pwn2Own contest before this particular iteration of it?
Oh, absolutely. I've followed along in years past, and I was happy to see that ZDI has decided to expand it to start including some of these new categories. Things like home NAS devices, home routers, smart TVs, and other home consumer electronics and IoT devices are a big part of the security landscape these days. And at Western Digital, we believe that all users should have security in their data, they should have privacy in their data, and contests like this are a great opportunity for us to engage with the security research community in a transparent way to help improve the security of this class of device.
In the penultimate attempt of Day 2, the team from Synactive used a trio of unique bugs to get a root shell via the LAN interface of the TP-Link AC1750 smart Wi-Fi router.
There you go.
There you go.
Yes.
They also gave some style points by having the router's lights flash on and off, quite a showy display. The successful entry earned them $5,000 and 1 point towards Master of Pwn. The final entry of Day 2 was filled with drama, as the DEVCORE team targeted the Synology DiskStation DS418 Play NAS. Their first attempt failed, and their second try needed more than 3.5 minutes before their elegant heap overflow provided them with root access to the server. 90 seconds left.
Yeah, we got it.
All right.
Yeah, man.
I'm guessing by the applause and positive affirmations there that we have got a successful entry.
What's up, dude?
Their effort earns them $20,000 and 2 points towards Master of Pwn. That brings Day 2 to a close. In all, we awarded $59,000 for 10 bugs across 5 devices.
Yeah, I mean, another exciting day here at Pwn2Own. I mean, when you start off with a WAN exploit against a home router, that's always quite interesting. Team Flashback really brought the goods on that one. And then across the board, you saw all sorts of stuff happen in the contest. You had a full collision where every single bug in the chain was actually previously known. We had partial collisions where 2 out of the 3 bugs used in the chain were unknown at the time. We had somebody try to use an N-Day at the at Pwn2Own, and then we ended off with 2 really nice successful wins. One from Synactive, where they had a 3-bug chain that actually caused the lights on the router to blink in a funny way, and then DEVCORE bringing some really elegant heap overflows to the contest.
There's stuff tomorrow. Any predictions there?
I don't know. It'll be quite interesting. I mean, I think we'll see. I mean, like I said, it's going to start off with a bang there with DEVCORE going after Western Digital, and I think we'll see a lot of these individuals are new to Pwn2Own, so I'm hoping for a lot of success tomorrow. I mean, obviously, we want to spend all of the money we have allocated for Pwn2Own at the contest, and so we hope that everybody has successful entries and allows us to kill some of the bugs that are out there. We can get some patches released and protect against the exploitation of these bugs.
Our contest closes out tomorrow with 5 additional attempts, and will crown Master of Pwn as the overall winner of the competition. It's currently a tight race, and the first entry of Day 3 should be decisive. It's shaping up to be an exciting finale of Pwn2Own Tokyo, live from Toronto. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Pwn2Own Tokyo, live from Toronto. I am Dustin Childs, Senior Communications Manager here with the Zero Day Initiative, coming to you from our Mid-South headquarters right outside of Nashville, Tennessee. Our competition has wrapped up, and it is time to announce our Master of Pwn. And if you've been paying attention and scoring from home, which I know you have, then you already know who our Master of Pwn is. And that is the team flashback of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Damiansky. So hopefully we have those on. We also have with us the ZDI director, Brian Gorentz. So, gentlemen, congratulations on your first Master of Pwn win. How are you feeling? I'm seeing double.
Seeing two Radek.
We gotta, let's see. And I can't hear you. Can you hear? Oh, there we go. Hey,
hello.
There we go. That's better. Now, again, congratulations on your first Master of Pwn victory. How are you guys feeling?
Well, amazing. I mean, it was exactly 1 year we participated in our first Pwn2Own, so Tokyo last year. So in the meantime, we participated in Miami and, now this one. And, our goal was always to get Master of Pwn, obviously, right? But we never expected it to happen in 1 year. I mean, in one calendar year. So, I mean, it's fantastic, really. I mean, really enjoying it.
It's really great work. And I was going to ask, so last year, Pwn2Own Tokyo, that was your first Pwn2Own?
Yep, correct. So we started, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, can you hear you?
Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, so last year we started with Pwn2Own Tokyo, where it was on-site competition. It was our first one, so it was very cool to see how everything works. And after that, you guys announced Miami, and we said, yeah, it's a bit different. Let's give it a try. It's completely different targets. And there, we were leading for 2 full days. And then we've learned that there are so many unexpected results and course of actions in a day that it's really so unpredictable how the day will go. And then we decided, our goal is to get Master of Pwn. Let's see when we can get it. For this year, we are really trying hard. So probably as many our opponents, 2 of our bugs were knocked out before the competition. We had 1 more also on top of that, which we couldn't use in the competition. But yeah, lucky for us, we made it to the top at the end of the day.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead, Dustin.
Well, I was just going to say, I pulled up the numbers from Pwn2Own Miami, and you finished 3rd place there, but you were 3rd place with 75 points, too. So you had a very successful Pwn2Own Miami. This competition is a little different. A lot of stuff knocked out right beforehand, but you still had your 2 biggest ones succeed, and that got you 4 full points, and that was just enough. So congratulations again. Brian, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to ask the kind of emotions that you guys went through when those last-minute patches came out. I mean, and some of the attempts maybe had been patched out. So I was wondering what you were thinking, the processes that you went through there to adjust what you had submitted to the contest.
I mean, you can imagine initial shock, rage, sadness, everything, right? But once we got over it, we tried to look for alternative bugs, but the problem is that this was like five days, the first one, and then the other one dropped 1 day before the competition. And the thing is, we spent a lot of time in this. We spent, I don't know, Radek, 3 months, something like that. Not full time because we have jobs, but a lot of hours, and we attacked a lot of targets. And we couldn't hack a lot of them, to be completely honest. So a lot of them are very hard. And for example, the cloud cameras. The cloud cameras, they basically have 0 attack vectors on the LAN. So you got to go in through the cloud. And even so, we spent weeks looking at them. So by the time that these patches rolled out, we were so exhausted that it was very hard for us to keep looking. But we did try. I mean, we didn't give up, of course. But, the tiredness was creeping in, So we ended up just going with these 2 and then just winging it, And it worked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, when
after the
DEVCORE was going this morning, were you kind of biting your nails there while we were going through the disclosure process?
Yeah, definitely. When they're a great team. So yesterday, when you saw their Synology attack and heap overflow, we know that's a decent team. So anything can happen this morning. And then what we noticed is that the disclosure takes a lot of time, and that reminds us our own disclosure in Miami, where we had what was it, like 1 hour with the vendor
Yes.
on the line. And we already knew that something is like, not normal, not says not normal, but it takes much longer than usual. So we didn't know what's going on. Of course, we want us to win. So we were hoping that at the end of the day, we'll be on the top. But I must say the DevCore team is really decent, and I think they'll be very successful in the future.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of good competition there in the future with them and you guys in the contest. It's going to be quite exciting.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. So are you going to retire now and go out on top, or are you going to defend the title?
We're going to go out guns blazing, Dustin. We're going to keep pwning, So
good.
This is our goal. Like I said from the beginning, was our goal. And but we're not going to give up, basically. I mean, we were really looking forward this year to go to Miami, either physically or virtually. So now we know it's not going to happen. So that's really a shame. We do have some other plans that we want to make them happen in next year. But we're going to keep on going. So typically, we don't participate in the Vancouver competition because that's a bit outside of our core competencies, which are basically IoT devices, embedded devices, and the SCADA stuff. So we'll probably skip that one. But we'll be back for next year for Tokyo, and hopefully the year after for Miami.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully the S4 conference will go on in 2022, and we'll be able to all be there in Miami, enjoying the weather and pwning some IoT or ICS devices.
Absolutely.
Well, guys, congratulations again. I don't know who of the two of you will get this spectacular trophy. I know I'm jealous of whoever gets to keep it. But definitely let me know the address, and we'll get that shipped out shortly. And make sure that you get some fresh T-shirts too that say Pwn2Own Tokyo, live from Toronto, to commemorate your win as Master of Pwn. So again, thank you for joining us, and congratulations.
Those
again.
Beautiful hazmat suits are coming your way too.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we got the hazmat suits. You saw them if you were watching the last couple of tries. The beautiful hazmat suits with the bugs. It says Master of Pwn. So
these are amazing. I think these are the best suits so far. I saw them on Abdul. They look decent, and I hope that you also include the masks, within the 2020 theme.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely get you some masks too.
Perfect. No, but guys, we just want to thank you. It's really hard to run this competition. I mean, we've met you guys already 3 times, right? 2 of them physically. So we know how you guys run around during the physical competition. We can imagine the same or even worse virtually. But I think everything went very well. So thanks for your hard work. We really appreciate it. And we'll buy you some beers next time we see you, I guess, Tokyo next year.
Sounds like a great plan.
Speaking of beers.
There you go. Well earned. Well earned. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to say good evening to you, gentlemen. We still have one more interview to do to wrap up Pwn2Own Tokyo 2020 live from Toronto. And that's when I'll sit down with Brian and Abdulaziz Hariri at the top of the hour, and we'll go through kind of everything we saw at the contest. So until then, stay tuned. We'll see you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thanks. Bye.
I am joined by Brian Gorentz, who is the director of the Zero Day Initiative, as well as Abdulaziz Hariri, who's been running the show for us there in Toronto. So Brian, Abdul, how are you guys? How are you feeling at the end of the contest?
I'm exhausted, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm the same way. And I didn't do anything.
Well,
I just sat here.
We're all in good company then, because I'm pretty wiped out too. So I wanted to get together with you guys. Normally we have this conversation either like at the bar at the Sheraton, or the Winking Judge, or the Dubliners in Shibuya. But just to kind of get together and get your thoughts on how the overall contest went.
You want me to start, Brian?
Sure.
Yeah, Abdul, why don't you go ahead from your perspective, especially there with hands on the keyboard. How do you think everything went?
I mean, it went, to be honest, it went great. It was super smooth from our side, although we've had a couple of challenges when it comes to a couple of things. Things have been a little bit different this year since basically this is the first time we run Pwn2Own from an actual Trend Micro office. That made some things, that made some things easier for us, like, shipping the gear, setting up internet connection, everything. We have that under control. So that made things way easier for us from that perspective. But we definitely had some challenges because, at Pwn2Own, we don't have to deal with video. We don't have to deal with the researchers' setup when it comes to basically having they basically come in, put their laptops, run their exploits, and it's all done. But in this case, we had to basically kind of go over the dependencies, and some of these exploits did have some crazy dependencies. Not that crazy, but some of them did have some dependencies that we had to deal with, last minute and stuff like that. But in general, I think it was a great event. It was super smooth. The guys here on my team, KP, Siva, Vincent, and by the way, it's the first time KP and Siva actually do something like this before. So yeah, I give them big props. They did a great job. Enrique as well, our PM, basically handled it quite well. So yeah, big shout for the team, of course.
Yeah, I forgot it's KP and Siva's first Pwn2Own ever, much less, doing it this way. And Enrique, of course, he's in Barcelona.
Yeah, and Enrique, he's in Spain. He definitely stayed up at night, basically going over the cases, sending stuff to vendors, arranging all those meetings with the researchers, with the vendors. So yeah, it was great.
Brian, from your perspective, how do you think things went overall?
Yeah, from my perspective, I was this year on kind of the other side of the fence where we're dealing with a lot of the logistics building up to the conference, working here inside of Trend with Finola and Kevin on dealing with the stream, and Dustin with you trying to make everything happen in the back end. Also learning a lot from Dragos, and as he's kind of focusing on moving things from PACSEC to a virtual event. It really, it's been a learning experience for us, and we hope that people, on the stream really enjoyed it. I thought the team here at Trend did an excellent job putting this together. It's it's been a very fun event, and for me, even though I'm virtual and I'm sitting here in Austin, and you're in Tennessee, we got our production team in Ireland. We're streaming things to Vancouver. We got our team in Toronto dealing with all the stuff. I mean, it's quite a cosmic event, and I'm just as tired as I am doing a physical event in Tokyo. So it's I'm honestly glad that it's over, but I'm also glad that it was a huge success. I mean, we saw basically every flavor of attempt. We had a lot of different, I think it's our biggest Pwn2Own Tokyo ever from a participation perspective. So not only did we, I think exceed the expectations for the conference this year, but I think it's also, put us to, really think about how we're going to approach Pwn2Own in the future. We know that the streaming thing can be successful, and we want to look at how we can make it more interactive for people, and we'll be looking for feedback on that from the community.
Yes, and from my perspective, that's what I thought was most interesting to us, for me, was obviously I'm communications. I like to talk clearly. We've established that very well. But to be able to stream to people, I mean, I've heard from a lot of people, it's like, yeah, I want to go, but I just can't get to Tokyo. I can't get to Vancouver to watch the show. Now we're streaming it for everyone. We'd love to get your feedback. Tweet me either at Dustin_Childs or tweet at the ZDI. Give us your feedback and let us know. Did you enjoy it? Are you going to go back and watch it later? Or, hit some of the highlights off YouTube or whatever feedback you can provide us, that'll be great, because we'd like to take that forward to the next competition. If the next competition is virtual, if it's physical, probably a combination of the two, quite frankly, moving forward. And that's kind of the way we've started almost envisioning things. Like, wouldn't it be great if we could stream this live from Vancouver as we're doing all this stuff too, and have everyone watch that? So that'd be great. Okay, so Abdul, did you have a favorite? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks to all the sponsors. Facebook this year came out and sponsored the conference, brought Oculus and Portal to the target list. We're looking to, hopefully have people show up and target those solutions in the future. Sometimes it takes a couple years for researchers to start and understand the attack surfaces on those devices. And, and for the vendors that showed up to participate in the disclosure room, Western Digital, Synology, I think the conversations between the researchers and the CDI the guys running the show there, Abdul in Toronto, I think the conversations were really good. I think we've got a lot of great bugs that have ended up in their hands now to fix. And so, I'd like to thank them as well for participating at the event.
Yeah, it is great getting that vendor support. Even though that they're the targets and not always the most willing of targets, they're usually very good partners, and it's been that way this year as well. So great to see that as always. So Abdul, I'd like to ask you, you were there at the competition. What was your favorite bug from this year? Which one impressed you the most, and why?
To be honest, the caliber of the exploits this year was definitely, very good, very nice. I would say the 2WAN, I'm going to say all of them are nice. I'm going to be specific. The 2WANs from Pedro and Radic are basically awesome. I also have to highlight the 2 Synology exploits. These were pretty much top-notch. So yeah, great job from Flashback, from the DEVCORE guys, from STARLabs. They have delivered awesome exploits in the Synology. The 2 Synology exploits were great, and the 2WAN exploits were my favorite. So.
Yeah, the WAN exploits are definitely very impactful, especially now with so many of us who are working from home. That home router is now an enterprise perimeter, so those are definitely frightening, especially that one that survives a factory reset. That's some interesting work.
That one was quite interesting, of course.
Yeah, to leave you sleepless at night, wondering whether your router has actually been compromised, and there's no way for you to fix it.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, you can only trash it. That's that's the way to put it.
Fix it with a hammer is what I'll do to it.
Exactly.
Brian, same question to you. What stands out from this year's competition?
Yeah, for me, I agree with Abdul. I think the WAN exploits are quite interesting. I think I find the targeting on the Western Digital to be of great interest. When a vendor releases a patch right before the contest, and researchers are able to, scramble and look at the code base trying to find a new bug. I think that's why we saw a lot of the collisions this year within the Western Digital, because they all basically, found very similar vulnerabilities. Right. And so, that's an interesting, storyline from Pwn2Own this year is these last minute patches that came out that really affected the contestants. One thing that most people don't know is we had up to 28 entries prior to those patches coming out. So there was a significant amount of exploits and entries into the contest that got killed because of those last minute patches. And that's a story that we don't usually highlight, but it does show the power of some of the product security improvements that these companies are doing, that they are investing in, the security of their products. And it does have an immediate impact on the security of these IoT devices and these devices that you're using in your home office. And so, I kind of like the drama there. That's kind of my favorite part of the contest. And so if I was to highlight anything, it would be some of those last minute patches that came in.
Oh, well, I love the drama. You know me, I'm all about the drama. I'm like the Real Housewives of Pwn2Own right here. It was with the drama, okay? But we don't talk about those patches a lot. And at one point, we had scheduled a 4-day competition with, I think, 7+ attempts a day. So if you want to know how many were knocked out, we're talking at least 10 entries were knocked out between the Western Digital patch and the TP-Link patch. So that's pretty amazing.
Exactly. The TP-Link definitely knocked quite a bit. The Western Digital did kill a bunch of bugs as well. So yeah, good job for the vendors as well. It's good to kill the bugs.
Yeah, and really that's what we're trying to do is we're trying to get some research to the light of day, and we're trying to get these devices as secure as they can possibly be. So if that happens before the contest, well then so be it. I'd prefer it happen during and after the contest, but like I said, that I just like the drama. So okay, any final thoughts about the contest before we kind of wave goodbye to our audience and those who've been following with us? Abdul, any last words or words of wisdom from you?
I just want to thank all the researchers who participated. It's been awesome working with every one of them. The exploits were great, and of course, the sensor over here. And basically, I want to give a big shout to my team, Siva, KP, and Enrique for handling the event, remotely very well. So yeah, good job, everyone.
Great, Brian. Any last thoughts from your perspective?
Yeah, thanks to the researchers, to participate. I know it's a lot of work coming into the event. As Flashback was talking about in the interview we had with them, they were working for 3 months trying to prepare things and make adjustments as patches came out. Thanks to all the teams that participated. Thanks for all the vendors being in the disclosure room. Thanks to Facebook for sponsoring the event, and everybody at Tread Micro really pulling together to make this thing quite smooth. It's been a real pleasure to participate in the contest this year, and looking forward to what we bring out in March.
Yeah, and I'll echo the same thing to those people, the participants, the crew in Toronto. You guys did a fantastic job. The vendors who helped out, Facebook, Western Digital for getting on the line the interview, our producers, Kevin, trying to make us look good as best as we can, but there's only so much you can do with this. And Finola, thank you so much for that. I'd also like to thank the viewers who've been watching. Looking at the numbers, we're small but mighty at some point, but thank you folks for tuning in and maybe seeing something that you haven't seen before. Hopefully we can build off this. I know I'm looking forward to what the next Pwn2Own may bring. I'll probably look forward to it more after about 48 hours of sleep, but we're moving forward, and hopefully we'll see you again in Pwn2Own Vancouver in 2021, and hopefully you can join us either in Vancouver or online for that. Until then, stay safe, and thanks for joining us, and have a good one.
See ya.